the temperature should be about 22. Can you imagine 45? Can you imagine 50? Some animals just like collapse and die. Some people cannot live, I mean, we're in Kampala, it's 25, it's maybe 28, and we have to put the AC on. Now think about 45, think about 50. And I mean, as we know it, there's an energy deficit in Africa. So, I mean, what do you do? And everyone's trying to use the AC. So, it's a whole thing. So we have had a heat wave, and chances are we're going to have it because it gets progressively worse. Chances are that next year we might have a worse of heat wave. This same heat wave affected, Southern Africa, Zambia, Malawi, and I want to stick to Malawi for a bit because Malawi is, I think the whole stretch, Malawi and Zambia, I'm sorry, but sometimes I think like they're delivering a curse because this year they had Cyclone Freddy, which according to stats, I remember sharing with someone in the region at that time, they had about 450 people reported dead this year alone from Cyclone Freddy. But last year they had Cyclone Idai. Same thing happened. About 500,000 people were displaced, and of course, I've seen refugee camps. I've seen people in refugee camps because of war. If you've been to the ones that we have. But now people are in refugee camps not because of war, but because their homes have been washed away. And we've seen that in North Kivu. We've seen it in not North Kivu. We've seen it in Bulambuli, in Mbale. That's very sad, man. It's really, really sad. Now, the one thing that is common all through this stuff is because the climate is changing. Now, that for me is how Americans like to say national security issue. I think for me that's a national security issue. It's actually beyond. Because I mean, what happens if Uganda they say has the biggest number of refugees because of war, but now if people are coming in because of, who are you going to blame this time? Are you going to say, hey, Sudan, don't bring your refugees here, whatever? Because it's like a national security issue. Unfortunately for us, we have to deal with this stuff, and if we don't, man, it's catch-22, unfortunately for all of us. Now, the other thing that I think, I mean, we are affected by climate change, all of us, disproportionately. But as Africa, I think there's some things that that affect us the most, and that's why I'm picking out food because, man, hey guys, that's the only thing that we do. We don't produce cars; we produce food. So that's one thing that I think that Africa, is hit. That Africa, gets hit the most. Now, the other thing beyond food is they have told us that beyond agriculture, they say tourism is the second, tourism, what do they call it? Foreign exchange earner. Guess what? Tourism is also highly affected by climate change. And I want to give you the numbers. Well, yesterday was World Tourism Day, I think. That's why I'm picking out tourism, because yesterday was World Tourism Day. There was like a whole thing at Fairway Hotel, which was there's like a whole fun fair. And I was talking to one of my guys, and I'm like, hey, I hope you guys are also talking about the challenges of climate change. Now, when River Nile went awash and caused the destruction it did, some restaurants, again, I said, were shut down. That's a whole tourism business thing happening there. Now, I want to give you some homework. Just check out the Malachite kingfisher. It's a bird. The Malachite kingfisher bird. If you ask me, it's one of the most beautiful birds. It's called the Malachite. There are 3 kingfishers. There are 2, I think. There's the pied kingfisher. It's black and white. It's cool, but it's not as beautiful as the Malachite one. The Malachite kingfisher is a very rare kingfisher. It's found mostly along the Nile. I find it to be very beautiful. But guess what? Because of the variations in climate and all this stuff, the numbers of the Malachite kingfisher are diminishing greatly. bird watchers come to Uganda. They come to, not just Uganda, they come all around, to see things like this. But what happens if even climate change is taking things like this from us? The crown crane, we call it crested crane in this country, but the crown crane, I remember when we were kids, we used to just wake up in the morning and just see them fly around. I don't know when I last saw a crown crane. Now you can see them when you go to Western Uganda and in Rwanda. But this side of the country, you don't see them anymore. That's actually the national bird of the country. The numbers are plummeting, man. They're diminishing. That directly, um, you know, that's directly affects the economy, and it's because of nothing else but climate change. Now, we can talk about climate change for a whole long time, but three things come out for me. Again, like I said, climate change is a natural phenomenon as much as is an artificial one. I say artificial to say man-made. Africa has unfortunately taken a huge beating because of climate change, because our agriculture, our livelihood is almost entirely dependent on nature. If it doesn't rain, we don't plant. We're entirely dependent on nature. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if it's unfortunate or something, we have not done so much to deserve this kind of, if you think about it, if they say, man-made climate change because of carbon emissions, if you think about it, really, Africa has not, how much carbon emissions does Uganda have vis-a-vis, China and all these big economies? We're literally the least offenders. Unfortunately for us, we are the least, we are not as prepared as they are to, against climate change. So any slight change in the climate affects us more than it affects them. That's very unfair. But then again, the climate does not have borders. So what happens in Malaysia will definitely affect people living in, whatever it is, in Bali. So climate change is a collective responsibility. I think that later on in the conversation we'll discuss our own role in climate action. They said I'm an anti-stop COP activist. Yes, I am, but I'm not going to pour activism, conversations on you. I'm just saying that we can have the stop COP conversation if you want, because I think it's a disastrous project. Anyhow, today I'm really looking forward to the conversation because I think that the church, I'm the chapter leader of the Laudato Si movement, and I think that the church, faith, our faith leaders are very crucial in climate action. And today I'm really looking forward to to learning from everyone about how much faith leaders, by faith leaders I mean all of us, can do to combat climate change. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Round of applause to Mr. Hillary. Thank you very much. At this moment, wish to continue the discussion, and I don't know, before I maybe go to the next discussant, if by any chance you have maybe a point of supplement or a question in regards to that, we always welcome that as we go on with the discussion. Thank you. At this moment, we are going to have a panel discussion, and this is basically to hear from the different faiths. We have Catholics here, we have the Baha'i here, at least we have somebody who knows about the Muslims or may not be Muslim, and somebody who can give us a hint on what the Buddhists would say, what the Hindus would say. So this is the moment that we are kicking into. where you want to hear the moral imperative of environmental stewardship, according to the Catholic, according to the Muslim, according to the Protestant, and others. So at this moment, allow me start with, since it is the Catholic host, the question.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I wanted to thank Mr. Hillary for the well presentation. You have a good experience, and you have presented brilliantly. But I was just, I got surprised when you said that. I'm getting disgusted with these conferences of climate change. Why?
Maybe you could say a word quickly. Thank you.
Okay, that didn't mean to come off. What I meant by that is that for a long time, maybe about, I don't know, from the early 2000s, people have always organized climate change conferences, and we've always attended climate change conferences. But as many other issues, it ends up being boardroom talk, so that we talk about all the things, all these statistics, and it doesn't really resonate with exactly what's happening. And that's why I'm happy about this one, because I think that faith leaders work very closely with the people, and that we have the power to actually effect change. Because otherwise, if we just attend climate conferences, okay, now I'm beginning to talk too much. I'll tell you something. The one major climate event is what they call the Conference of Partners, COP. At COP, the major problem we have, climate change, is because of carbon emissions into the atmosphere. COP is one of the biggest contributors to carbon emissions in the atmosphere. So if we don't translate this talk to real action, I'm fed up of it.
Thank you. And I want to assure you that today we are going to walk the talk, because you have a tree to plant, okay? And I hope that kickstarts. Like I said, this is a time, before I go on, any other point?
Yeah, thanks, Hilary. I just want to add something small. I think one of the reasons why we have had so many interactions on climate, the effects and all that, and we don't seem to get what exactly we want to get, is because until we have the conversation down to the real root, we shall not get far. Now, what's the root? The root is we have to look at climate change, the conversation around climate change, from a broader perspective. There is a huge political and economical arm or dimension to it. So until we who are really concerned about the effects try and poke our noses and try to dig up what exactly is within the political and economic dimension. Because, for example, the EACOP, there is a development arm to it. But then, the environmental impact is immense. And I believe, part of the heat wave that will hit Uganda is because there has been too much clearing of the vegetation. Not in that area, but the whole strip. Remember, it's a whole strip from from Hoima and down to whatever. Animals, the livelihoods, the agriculture that used to take place there, what is in for it? Giving those people money is not enough. So there's issues there to do with adaptability. Again, so until we get into there, can we have a conversation with those people? Are we ready to compromise and say, okay, you guys want this, but we want this. Can we meet midway? Until that happens, we shall keep talking about the climate change impact, and they will keep pushing, because they have the biggest muscle. And what's the biggest muscle? It's the money.
Thank you. You wish to say something?
Thank you. Thank you. That's a very good way to put it. Yesterday, last, I don't know, 3 or 4 days ago, the US called, oh my God, I forget his name. But the head of the, there are two worrying facts in Sudan, not South Sudan, the war. So the other guy who is, I'm mixing up the names. So he refused to go for the Geneva talks. The US is trying to put together talks in Geneva, which doesn't make sense. Why Geneva? But anyway, they're trying to put talks there, and one of the guys refused to go. So they're having a back and forth. Also today, the US, what's his name? Anton Blinken, whatever, and the UK foreign minister are traveling to meet, I'm mixing up names right now, but the Ukrainian president. Now, there's a lot of politics happening. These guys, it will even take 2 or 3 weeks for them to come up to one thing. But a kid in Bahel, Gazelle, or whatever, does not have that time. And that's why I'm saying that, because, the logistics have to happen on the upper side. But for someone on the ground, it's very different. And that's for us to deal with. And since we are religious leaders, we have an upper hand over the political wing. Asante.
Thank you. Any more before I can go to the other side? Dear colleagues, I'm happy that the discussion is warming up, and I'm very, very happy. At this moment, because of some emergencies, I'm going to request Father Sita is going to share with us, I would call it the moral imperative from the Catholic point of view, and then we'll keep the discussion going on. Father, you're welcome, and thank you.
Thank you very much. So as I said, I'm Father Emmanuel Sita, but from yesterday I got this serious flu, so I'm very much afraid of how I'm going to be able to get on. And I'm Director of Justice and Peace, Kampala, Archdiocese. So I'm happy for the previous presenters for such concerned. I see that you are generally young people. You're the ones who are around. Someone is looking at me and was wondering, do you think I am that young? But generally, you are the young people. And if it is taken up by the young people, it is very, very much encouraging, because it's a topic that from the offset doesn't seem to be very captivating. But for young people, things must be of action and quick results. So sometimes when we talk about climate and what we need to do, and it looks at where you have to plant a tree and vegetation which you are not going to harvest any time soon, you see that there is a little reluctance. And as we are young, we are not easily drawn into that. But continually, if we continue to talk about it, and of course, if you yourselves as young, you are living examples and talk about this, I'm sure it can be taking course. And I think something will be coming out. Hillary, when he was speaking, said he's getting tired. and that one was quite interesting. But I would want to not to see him getting tired, because if you get tired to work for environment, you're getting tired to live. It's like you want to say, I'm tired of being here. Let all of us go, and that should be the end. But I think we should not be so tired. And I think his point was on, because does not seem to see things actually happening. But it's always good that there is this conversation, there is this talking. It will not totally die away. There are components, there are aspects of life that sometimes tend to drag. If there is any process of, if there is any action, especially now in regard to environment. But I think here in most of our countries, there are many issues that simply hinder any progress in such areas. And we need to cultivate ways that touch on society right from the low stages of our growth. That even here, people begin to realize that everything around us, and especially to know that God who created all of us, created a very beautiful earth. Oh, he created a very, very beautiful environment, including ourselves. And all that beautiful environment is in support of us, whom he called at the crown. We are at the summit of creation. I think you believe me that in the 6 days, God took to create the world. Of course, you are not going to question whether that took place in 6 days. It could have taken also place in just a day, and everything was there. But of course, that must come to our understanding. Human beings, we are limited. We need to grasp things in the way we are existing. We live in time and space, so things need to be set in what we can easily understand. But I think if we go back to the story of our creation, which we know that we are in time, so it must have started. Things started. And most of you must be, because if you are people who are interested in the environment, you definitely see that for creation, which is so much in order, that order in itself, there must be some superior intelligence or power that brought it forth. And we know purposely to be able to serve man. The order in creation in itself is so great a marvel. Sometimes I look at smaller and much smaller insects, and I don't want to go to those that we cannot see with our naked eye, but let us go to the mosquito. The mosquito which bites us sometimes. And sometimes I look at a mosquito, And then I say, this mosquito has also a system which has a heart, which has the entrance. It has everything. It looks very tiny, but it's so well created, systematic, and it has its role. So there is the order in creation, and it not just happened, but essentially meant that it helps us human beings to reflect deeper and know that there is a very, very high intelligence that was behind all this, and which intelligence did not stop at that, but it is continuing up to today. In our Archdiocese of Kampala, in this month of September, we are very, very busy because we set this to be a peace month. September Peace Month. We tried to understand that peace is a gift that every one of us desire. And for us to exist without peace, and peace can be emotional, can be psychological. We can lack peace just because within ourselves things are not going well. We can also lack peace because on a relational level, me with the other people, things are not working well. But there is also a third level where we can also lack peace because God, in the vertical line, we are not in good terms with what God wants us to do. You remember the story of Adam and Eve. God had created them in a beautiful paradise. But then, all of a sudden, then they wanted to take up things that God... But what happens? That paradise, which had been given to them, things begin to crumble, and the peace was no more. First of all, inside each one of them, you can remember how much they were disturbed after they had failed, each one individually, and the blame started there. And then it went to their vertical relationship with the man and the woman, the blaming. Until then, God also, they realized God is looking out for them. God calls. So usually that is the situation we get into if peace is taken away. And of course, if there is no peace with our God, then we cannot in any way be safe. But in all cases, we see that the biggest cause for lack of peace is the sin. Sin is the cause for all our lack of peace, because you realize that things are not getting. But essentially, because we look at this beauty of what God has created for us. So this Peace Month, we are trying to observe a number of things. And when you look at the world today, you see that there is generally no peace. Every one country has problems with the other. And the worst of all, we are not only at lack of peace, but there are lives that are being destroyed. Fellow human beings. And the best of all, creation. You know, we are talking of environment and say, around us, all the trees are going to be finished. Yes. And the forests are going to be finished. The air is also so terribly polluted. Those are killing us, one after the other, slowly. But we also forget that the human person is very, very fast being destroyed. And this should be the highest of all. If anything, we can afford to have trees. But of course, we know that as a system, they end up in also killing the human person. But then there is this direct destruction. That's why in this month, the Pope has given us artificial intelligence. You are hearing a lot about artificial intelligence in these days. And this seems to, he has every New Year's, he has a message for the world on peace. Every New Year's, the Pope sends out a message, of course, looking out that we can have a peaceful year, and thereafter, people can live in a good way. So this year, 2024, and on New Year's, Pope gave that message, which has the title, Intelligence, Artificial Intelligence and Peace, or in relation to peace. But we can break this artificial intelligence down further to say it's simply science and technology. And we have seen immensely how science has actually improved the looking of this earth or our world. There is a greater improvement. I would have felt fearful sometime that man, in some time I think we didn't have high scrapers, buildings, and a lot of things that have been invented today happen to be here on earth. At one time I was fearing and thinking that maybe the Mother Earth is going to get too heavy and will give way, because every time there are construction, but this construction come from just what was already there. But of course, human beings, we are also, we are a very important entity in as far as even the magnetic attraction of our planet with the rest of the world. But I think God in his wisdom could not have created a world that will get too heavy so that one time maybe it will give way. But I think that is not where to look, but of course, finishing off the creation and the vegetation. So we have chosen this month, and we hold activities like this one, dialogue, and you have done very well to invite all our faiths, different faiths. This is a capital because there are things we look at as should be of our whole concern. Things, what we don't treasure here are common good things here. Everything for us all, we tend to not care and not concerned. And of course, this is tending to make a human person only going after oneself. And if you want to see anything, that one is very deep in us Ugandans. That is very deep. We are so much after ourselves. And that is one of the principles the Catholic Church stresses. We have 10 principles that are essential, but that one is number 3, common good. The words seem to be just simple, common and good, but you will see that we don't care so much about things we own as a community, but we are educated right from young. If you see we are facing the disasters of the swamps and what happened in this place in Nansana. Chitezi, there is also Chitezi, that's another lot. There's also evacuation of people that took place in Nansana. First of all, you wonder why these people were got caught up in there. But you see, it all starts from everyone trying to look for himself. And eventually, this thing comes up. And of course, if people are going to come in this way, then who allows them? There is also something that is given. So in any way, in the end, something begins to swell up, and eventually it becomes, it collapses, and we suffer. And then the blame seems to be going all over. But essentially, because people have not even taught, have been not made to understand that we must be already, we need to learn this already from at lower stages. And for me, I think, since we should not get tired of talking about this, we should simply advocate for better systems in our countries, in our faith. We have a big problem of good governance. We cannot say we have good governance. And this cuts across to all smaller communities, family. How much do you hear of domestic violence? And that is a very much smaller community, unit. But then you will find that there are problems every time. If you cannot govern your home, just at the smallest, what is going to happen when you are given a village? And what is going to happen when you are, and has it happened to you that we are now the ones crusading this idea of environment and so on, but you find that in our own units, our own organization and communities, because I am for justice and peace, there is a lot of injustice beginning from just where we work. You work, where you work. And sometimes we can keep quiet about it and then move out in the interest of taking it to others. But even where we are coming from, how is it where we are coming from? Because there has not been that learning, so it becomes a very big problem, but which we should not give up. We should continue these talks. Maybe sometime we should be able to. So in justice and peace, we are handling this principle of care for creation, care for God's creation, and it is from that we go out. And you must know that in care for God's creation, man is number one. So if that one is in principle number 9, principle number 1 has life and the human dignity. Essentially, these bring us to not to look on, but to come out and be able to protect and promote the dignity of what? Man. Because everything else which was created by God and for purposes of serving man, if it is neglected, what happens? Life will go. The dignity of humanity will not be there anymore. In Uganda today, are we so much concerned about human dignity? Sometimes you can be rolling into maybe a small town. All of a sudden, somebody rides at a terrific speed, and you see that probably the children that were crossing are just going to be crushed. But then you hear around some people cheering, "Yeah, kill that." Such words. They are terrible words. But how much do we also react or respond? Try to go into that and say, hey, you hear that? These days, do we care? This is what is going on. So there is a lot of sensitization, awareness raising that we need to do. And I think that is very, very much essential. But by, first of all, we being the first ones, every time we should be the first ones. In justice and peace, we think that as soon as a person moves out of his home, out of that doormat, out of here, we begin to violate justice. We begin to abuse justice. We common good issues. I am looking at, even where you are, have you cared to have the path or the road that leads to your place, and to know that it belongs to all those people who use it, and that is not only mine, but what do? We extend our houses, our compounds, and it might be that that is your plot, part of your plot. But are we thinking about people who need to use this road, that I better create something smooth for them? Or we are going to be the ones to bring a terrible metal, and it will be very sharp at the edge as it faces where people come from, so that you scare them off. That is all against life. So essentially, there are very deep things that need to be taken into account, because people must be made to understand that the environment is our very selves. Environment is also a gifted, it's a gift that we have received from our God. So I wasn't aware that I was going to be able to say something in this way. I can only touch here and there, and I don't want to keep so long, but I think this is a very good way we have started, and I am thinking that don't lose the spirit. Don't we only every time come up with what shall we do now from here? How best are we going to be able to let people know that environment and care for creation is one of our, but of course that every wealth, that's the biggest wealth we can have, because it is part of us. So those who may be interested, what do we do in this month? So we all usually have 4 major events. First of all, in order to have peace, we know that peace from the very beginning came from God. God is the giver of peace. Because when he created man, he put him in a paradise. And when things did not go well on the side of man, he lost that peace. I was talking of that Genesis 3, when man's fall. So God promised a Messiah, Christ, and most of the prophets reported about that. God promised a Messiah and said, I will restore you into that peace. So the Messiah was awaited for, and finally he was able to come. And when he comes, he was awaited for as a Prince of Peace. We dwell a lot about that around Christmas. And he finally, when he comes, he speaks of himself as one who has come so that people can have the fullness, a restoration of whatever seemed to be taking away their peace, that it can be restored. That's why he talked of restoring eyesight, the deaf. He spoke of himself as the Lord has anointed me and has sent me to bring good news. So good news, when there is good news, it is a sign for peace, which we look for. So there is a restoration. And finally, when Jesus had to give the last blow to whatever was taking away peace, he won death. And at the resurrection, the most obvious greeting Jesus would give, peace be with you, peace be with you. So sort of, we have this peace, and he let it now in our own hands. And we see that in order to give peace, in order to give others peace, we have to speak against injustices. Injustices that take place around us. Some are not direct. So that is a task, and that is the kind of awareness we are making to all our people. Speak against. I don't know how many of us speak about injustices that we see from the time you started, as you came here. You might have come across so many injustices. Are we speaking against them? And some, we don't need to look for them, just around us. You might be remembering, there was a small shot that was running on WhatsApp. And you remember people were in a kind of building, and somebody was a lecturer. And when he came in, he just pointed at one of them and said, you in a blue coat, please get out of the class. The girl wondered what could have happened. The lecturer has come and he says, you in a black shirt. Now I am pointing to you. Get out. Of course, in the end, this lady had to leave the class and go out, and everybody else were amazed and just looking on. Then, after she had gone out, somebody asked, what did you say about what has happened? Then everybody started not knowing what to say. And he had put, is that just? I think in the answers, one of the answers, somebody said, maybe he talked about justice. And he said, yeah, what about it? We don't know what really happened, why our friend had to go out. And finally, in the end, the man said, exactly, why did you not say anything? Because everyone seemed to just close himself and said, they have not addressed me. I am safe. We tend to play it safe wherever we are. And that is very common, even on our roads. You want to pass quickly so that you are not caught up in the jam. And eventually, so why did you not say anything? So to say anything, we keep quiet a lot about some of such issues. Second, when we have spoken, it's not only speaking, but we must be seen. We ourselves, there must be that we are doing justice. We are living justly. The other one, which could be easier. Maybe we can speak against injustice because we believe not many people know about us. But suppose people know about us. The one person who went to the village meeting, and there were elections that were coming up, and he was campaigning to be elected. And when the campaigns came, in the ballot box, there was only one vote, and this one was his own. But even the children and the mother from home did not give a vote. Imagine your own family not giving you a vote, essentially because at home you are talking of making things for people, but they say, how is he going to be able to do this when at home we don't see anything? So we have to be seen living just in our own lives. And thirdly, we said peace is something that God is the giver. And of course, he's the one who gives us the courage. You know, Jesus prayed much as he was from God and was God, had to pray every time to be able to walk that, to be able to restore peace for me. So we have also to pray. And of course, in which ways? Which ways we should be able to usher and bring about and work for peace and ourselves to be, because it calls for a sacrifice. Injustices are going on. We must be able to step there. So I would want to stop at this, but I will go back because of the preparations we are in, but we do such things. And I was very much interested in coming to this conference to be able to see, because hopefully it is going to be organized every year, and it can be our opportunity also to make some input, but also to share, especially from our faith. Every time we meet, we do a number of activities, and we give, for instance, a tree to each of the representatives of the various faiths as a name of faith, that let us do this together. The Archbishop, for instance, in Nasana, on 2nd, gave trees to all people from all walks of life. And we are going to have Benedicto Chiwanuka Memorial Lecture on the 24th, again this month. These are activities that we do within this month. It will be at Popo at 2 p.m. That is also because it begins with the thinking justly, in order to be able to do whatever we do. Environment, there is that Pope speaks of environmental justice. In his, I'm happy that people are talking about Laudato Si. Laudato Si. You know, that is Latin. Praise God. In Laudato, God be praised. Let him be praised. When you look at creation, immediately you feel, attended it the way. God must be praised. Creation. And when you look at your fellow human beings, it is the Sabasumba who used to say, turn around and look at your neighbor. Just look at your neighbor. You know, we fear also to do that. We fear when they tell you, look at your neighbor. And he used to say, you see how beautiful your neighbor is? But also, and some people look there once and say, oh. We fear to believe that. But the beauty is not so much in the features and eyes, but that is an image. That is in God's image. Okay, we will be sharing. I have been a little long because I've been touching here and there. But thank you very much. If I have to go, you will allow me at some point, because I have to catch up with the preparation we still have. And we have a closure. It is going to be in Entebbe. Entebbe is also going to be, you are invited, by the way. And our concern also goes to refugees and migrants. So thank you very much for offer, and thank you for being patient with my here and there. And of course, we will be able to hear from each other. Thank you.
Round of applause for Father Sita. Thank you very much, Father, for sharing with us. Father has hinted on Laudato Si, and those who may not have got a chance to see, this is the booklet or the encyclical. Encyclical for us, the Catholics, is the official, say, letter written to us by the Pope. So we call it encyclical. The Laudato Si encyclical letter of the Holy Father Francis on care for our common home. The Pope calls the earth our common home. And this is another copy I have. It is called Laudato Si Made Simple. Just for a little kind of breakdown. And I want to just read one small quotation which is from the beginning that says that it is laudato si mi signore, meaning that praise be to you, my Lord. So in the opening sentences, the Pope says that, quoting from St. Francis of Assisi, our Mother Earth and all the things that we see, when we look at, right now it is shining, isn't it? So we'll say that that sun is your sister, is your brother. The moon is your sister, is your brother. So everything that you see on this beautiful planet is your sister and is your what? Is your brother. So the way you would take care of your brother, the way you take care of your sister, that is the same way we have to make sure we take care of the earth and the climate, of course. I would give a chance to one or two people before I call on the Baha'i to share with us. Any 2 or 3 supplements, points to note here and there from what Father shared.
Father Sita, thank you very much for the input. You have touched many areas, and we have benefited a lot. In that very document, the encyclical letter of Pope Francis about care for our common home, he emphasized and complained about consumerism and irresponsible economic development. This is happening in our country, and there are so many messes, and we don't hold our leaders responsible for the mess. About 3 or 4 years ago, the fish died in the lake in big numbers. And it was alleged that there was the Japanese doing their experiences there in the lake, and there was so much temperature, and the fish died in huge numbers. We have not taken our government to court to account for that mess. We are silent, as the Father has said. In the forests, we have NFA, National Forest Authority. They are there to guard forest on our behalf. But the forests are cleared off. They are no more. And we don't hold our government responsible for that mess. The Chitezi incident would have been even on the street demonstrating about the deaths which were carried at Chitezi a month ago. Yes. Because 10 years ago, the Europeans came, the Bazungu, and they wanted to make the best use of that garbage, to make something productive from the garbage. And the bosses there and the KCC asked for a bribe before they can give them that contract. That is being senseless and irresponsible. And the Bazungu warned us that if we don't clear this garbage, people are going to get sick, and they will eventually die. And some people allege that there are some Chinese who were there making demonstrations there and they might have planted a bomb there. These are rumors, but who is investigating about that? The government should be accountable, because those Chinese, they didn't go there by themselves. They were allowed, and things are happening. It is disastrous. So, care for that's consumerism and irresponsible economic development. The landslides, so many things are happening. My friend here, the Baha'i, has given me this booklet. There's a storied house. I don't know how many flowers there here. But it is they have planted there trees. Eh? The buildings looks like a tree. So we need that. We need that way of doing things so that we can also adapt to such. Eh? Father, I'm happy you were the director of Justice and Peace. But we need, many times I ask myself, because you see, we have many parishes, especially in the Kampala Archdiocese, and the building is going on. When you see buildings going on, it means they are cutting trees to make roofs. Trees are being cut at a great speed. But I have not heard any priest telling people, encouraging them to grow trees in their homes. You have mentioned the Archbishop, he gave out trees to plant. But how many parishes are doing that? Because sometimes you don't need to give people money. You only need to touch a microphone and say, I need you people, every family, to grow trees. Every now and then we bury people. You see a person in a coffin made of woods. So if you go to bury, why don't you leave that place when you have planted a tree? At least one. So we are just passive. We let things go, and our Mother Earth is being destroyed. So I thank Mr. Nicholas for having called us this meeting to sensitize us, and I think let us to see that we promote the planting of trees. In my small plot, I wanted to walk the talk, and I have at least 3 trees there. For having known the usefulness of trees, I planted. And I would wish each one of us to do the same. Because sometimes we may tell others to do this, but what have you done in your home? We need to start from our home. That's what, because I'm a Franciscan, and St. Francis is a saint of ecology. So all creatures are his friends. One time he was going to be operated. And during that time, his time, operating someone who is suffering from eyes, they were using fire in a crude way. But St. Francis, because he was blind, he told the brother fire, please don't harm me, brother fire. I fear you don't harm me. And the operation went on smoothly without brother fire harming brother St. Francis. So that's the experience. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I called Nicholas at around 4 in the morning. I had forgotten this conference, and I called a meeting somewhere. It is about land, and it was supposed to be at 10. Then when I called Nicholas, I said, no, the meeting is today, the conference is today. So I was forced to change the time. I told my friends, let us meet at least at 1 o'clock. And they accepted me. So, and I would like to end this meeting, but that's the environment. And you will forgive me. I'm still here to listen to some views so that we can work together. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, moderator. I want to thank Father for the insight he has given us when he was speaking about justice and peace and how it really affects our lives. I remember I was talking to my colleagues and a sister I'm working with, and I was saying that most of our problems arise from our mindset of I don't care. It does not concern me. that lack of empathy we have as individuals, that even when you see recently after the Chitezi incident, that the home clean people who are taking people's rubbish had some delays and all that. And I saw video clips of people getting rubbish and pouring it in feeder roads. Those, like, you know how people build like fences, and there's a road that takes people to their homes, and people are dumping rubbish. You pass through town, and there are heaps of rubbish, and you wonder, do these people pour it when people have all gone out of town? Because I know people don't sleep. So there are people who really dirty our places, throw rubbish, and people are seeing, but because they don't care, those things will continue happening in our lives. So mostly we can build a system. I think government has a lot of laws and all those things that they're putting, but the mindset of people that we are working with, and especially us who work in host communities, people come with all sorts of mindsets. You really don't know where people come from, especially the refugees that we have, people who are forcibly displaced from other areas. They come with all sorts of mannerism. So I think we should encourage ourselves to, initiatives should be all about mindset change. And it's something that is so rooted in us. I don't know how we are going to do it. The government may come up with policies and all those, but if people are not really changed psychologically, we will still have these conferences year in, year out, 50 years in, 100 years in, and things are not changing. So yes, that's my point. Thank you.
Can I say something? Okay.
Can't we do anything about mindset? Is there good education in the country? Is there good governance? Such things. Those are areas that are concerns of the government or governments or churches, also with individuals. So they are both hand in hand. Because if you see mindset, where does it begin? How does it? So do we have in church? Are we still caring about families and homes? In schools, are we still concerned? So I am concerned with the bigger community, concerned also with the individual. Then we put schools, put a lot of things about schools, where we can do education. I mean, not fix teachers, why education. But we are doing basic you didn't take people all the way for good education to make them run an airplane, or become an engineer, or a doctor. Forget it. But essentially, your schools have been set there, so children can be well formed and minds can. So individual, also, the government, our churches, our churches are also there. Challenge yourselves. Because I came from home, how many persons did I find who needed somebody? It doesn't mean that you have sorrow, but inform on an issue, inform just another person who may be concerned. But you don't simply look at an injustice and this is the way it should be done. Thank you very much. I beg to, because I have to one, have some program at Radio Sapiencia. I will be linking to here.
Thank you, Father.
Nicolas coming up. I think he's coming.
Thank you very much, Father, for your time and for your sharing. Okay. We can hear from you and then...
Thank you, everyone, and I'm glad to be here. I just want to add on what everyone was saying, because everyone is focusing on the Chite's issue, and I think we are all pointing fingers, but as everyone said, individual responsibility. And when we talk about individual responsibility, sometimes people are saying, like, if there was an oppressor and you're neutral, we have a tendency of being indifferent. And also, charity begins at home. Because when you focus on the Chitenzi really issue, in our homes, how many of us have 2 different garbage cans? Because we have to focus on the issue of recycling, and also this same conversation we are having about climate change. If we can take that in school, so at least we start working with the next generation. Because if you look, he was referring that we have young people here, but do we take these discussions of climate change in schools, or we are just focusing on the academic aspects of life? And the individual responsibility is really an issue here. Instead of pointing fingers, the government here and there, we all have to play our part, especially in our homes. So when we are raising our children, we are grooming them to know that, okay, when you're putting garbage, you have different cans where you put the plastics and the degradable. So when they are taking the garbage, the degradable can go into the ground, then the recycling aspect, it can be used for other aspects of life.
Thank you very much. This always has to start with us, like you say. I want to demonstrate this example. Please come and help here. I want to demonstrate this example, a live example, since we are live. Just help me with the microphone. Most often, when we are given a bottle of water, most of us will do like this. And then we'll remove this. After removing, what happens next? We throw down. But I want to show the world that you can actually fold it like this. And fold it. And then push it through here. Okay? So that by the time you dispose of this, there's no any littering that has happened here. Thank you. Okay, a quick one, because I would wish that we are not late for lunch and would catch up with time. And before he shares, Father talked of one good point, not one, but of course many, I pick one. Father noted that there is what we call the common good. And I want to address this common good from the bioethic point of view. In bioethics, we say that common good is a principle, and it calls for 4 things. The first it calls for us is to collaborate. When we collaborate as different faiths, for example now, then we are driving towards the common good, be it whether planting a tree or whatever it is. So that collaboration is part of the element for us we refer to as to achieve the common good. Secondly, after the collaboration, we have to cooperate. We collaborate, and then we cooperate. Bring your small, I normally use this example. Those black ants, when they want to carry a certain piece of food, they put together their small legs. So they do cooperate. And then they carry that to their preferred destination. And of course, through that cooperation with them, you see, they're already doing some kind of communication, as they are doing the collaboration, as they are doing some kind of communication within them. And then lastly, of course, coordination. You have to coordinate the different parties, the different spheres, to be able to achieve the common good. So for us, bioethics, that's how we look at common good. We call it a principle that guides us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank my sister for the input, for the ideas. But you see, in life we have parents in the family. The parents are supposed to guide the children how to behave, to teach them discipline. But this time it is the other way around. The children start at school, they educate them, but the parents don't know what to do with the disposing garbage. At the same time, the government is our mother. If the government is insensitive about disposing garbage, then that's a big problem. Because you see, after that incident happened, they are now looking somewhere else to take the garbage. This is the time to sacrifice huge millions of money to do the recycling you are talking about. But they are searching other areas to do the same. And they tell people, no, it will be a short time, about 2 years, we shall have found a solution. It will not be there. People will have forgotten. So, we need to kweberamu muganda agamba nti ennyonyi enkulu yeeyigiriza okubuuka. Gavumenti etuyigiriza ekyokukola. Abazadde nabo bayigiriza abaana baabwe nga bitandikira mu maka, embeera ejja kutereera.
Thank you. I hope you please allow me and we continue walking the talk. And I request Mr. Emmanuel to share with us what the Baha'i would say about the moral imperative on environmental stewardship. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so very much. Because I've been sitting for a long time, I would prefer to stand and maybe also walk around a little bit. I'm exceedingly honored to be with you here today and to share with you a few insights on the theme of the day, our Interfaith Conference on Climate and the Environment. And I'll focus more on the statement here. I hope you all have your copies. Some around there, you can get them. The Baha'i Faith statement on the environment, and also a little bit about this Baha'i ecology. And here we have a selection from the many teachings in the Baha'i faith that speak directly to the topic that we have today. When we received this invitation, our Office of External Affairs looked through the wealth of information, of materials that are available, and chose those that speak directly to this. And they sent me a few of these copies and asked me to come and have this honor to present the statement. But Emmanuel, I'm from Jinja. Eidinda yempangalira mu Busoga yenakulira so Lusoga ndwidi aye nga tuli banole. And I'm a farmer, and whatever he talked about actually described exactly what is happening and the impact of climate change on the life of the farmer and how the farmer in the village is the most affected. Because for a farmer, like he said, when a crop does not do well this season, then you know you won't have the money to buy food and your children will starve. One interesting thing he talked about was the diversity of the food that we have, the food basket shrinking. You know, those early days we had very many kinds of foodstuffs. But even today in the village, you only find someone has posho alone, and that is what they are having for their meal. Maybe rice, maybe cassava, maybe potatoes. And in my usual activities, I'm also working with a Baha'i-inspired organization that works in Jinja, Kamuli, and Woikwe districts. And one of the key aspects that we deal with in our interactions with the wider community is the issue of the environment. So we have environmental programs in our communities, others about agriculture, others about education, others about health. But all these resonate well with today's theme that we are going to talk about. And I should say that while I want to stick on this statement, I also here and there bring in my own examples, my own views. And please take them for what they are, because my personal views are mine and don't represent the ideas of the Baha'i faith. The ideas of the Baha'i faith are those ones that are in this document. So our opening statement here, they say this statement was issued by the Office of External, issued by the Baha'i Office of the Environment on behalf of the Baha'i International Community. So we have a specific office for that talks about the environment, and it shares these ideas with the international community. So conversations like this are happening at the UN level, at the national level, at the village level, in our activities that we do in the communities. And the opening statement says that in this age of transition towards a society protection of the environment and conservation of the Earth's resources represent an enormously complex challenge. The rapid progress in science and technology that has united the world physically has also greatly accelerated destruction of the biological diversity and the rich natural heritage with which the planet has been endowed. Material civilization driven by the dogmas of consumerism and aggressive individualism and disoriented by the weakening of moral standards and spiritual values has been carried to excesses. Only a comprehensive vision of a global society supported by universal values and principles can inspire individuals to take responsibility for the long-term care and protection of the natural environment. Baha'is find such a world-embracing vision and system of values in the teachings of Baha'u'llah, which herald an era of planetary justice, prosperity, and unity. One of the most important starting points is for us to acknowledge that we are in this process of transition. You know, we can talk about human beings and see the path that we have trodden since we came into existence. When we were in the Garden of Eden, for example, and we were living simply by hunting and gathering, we did not talk about these issues we are talking about today. Not so. Because everything was there, everything was perfect. But there is something within us, the human beings, and that is because of the way we were created. That's something that makes us want to progress and prosper all the time and advance. And then we see that the advancements we have taken, mainly, say, if you think about 200 years before now in Uganda, everywhere was covered with what? Forest. Recently, I saw a very interesting photo that showed Kampala around 1900, when people were walking to go to Lukuli where the king was. And I saw a very beautiful city that had very many trees, very many swamps, and everywhere the population was small. And then if you compare it with the Kampala of today, all the swamps that existed and everything was actually what? Destroyed. Because we are progressing. Most of us started to leave our villages and come to the city. Now we're talking about what is the challenge? Where is the challenge coming from? We are progressing, and during this process of progressing and the technologies that we have, we are putting a lot of pressure on the natural resources. Think about just one thing like this. If we say that all people should stop using charcoal, how many people will starve in Uganda? How many? Very, very many. Okay. So then, we cannot say that solutions to environmental challenges will be, let's ban the use of what? Charcoal, for example. If you ban that, you know that a human being is going to do what? To die, to suffer, because they won't have a means to fuel their households, to cook the food that they so desire to eat and sustain themselves. That can't be a solution. Okay? Now, if we say cars are the problem, and we say, okay, let's ban all cars. Let's have maybe only electric cars. But even the electric cars, you need cobalt, you need lithium. And for you to get that, you have to go to the forests of Konge and destroy plantations and mine and get the cobalt and the lithium that you need to create your batteries that will run the cars. Okay? So, should we say that because we are advancing like that, we are destroying our environment in such ways? The solutions we should come up with are those ones that should take us back to hunting and gathering, to riding horses, okay? To living in the forests, because that is the most healthy environment we can have? No, it can't be that. We are saying here that what has happened is that the rapid progress in science and technology has actually united everyone in the world. Today, we can travel from here to everywhere you want in the world in just a day. But the resources you're actually using to harness the natural forces, the energies that the world can provide, the earth can provide, has also some negative what? Impact. And one thing here is that most of the material development, because we have had too much of material advancement, is driven by dogmas of consumerism. You know, when you're talking about development today, say in Uganda, you're going to ask about your GDP, your gross domestic product, okay? And you also ask yourself that, oh, if you want to know a rich country, you have to know how much money is someone spending in a day, okay? So if you're spending, say, less than $2 in a day, you're now very poor. And it has to be calculated in monetary terms. At what point did prosperity, the development, start to become measured in terms of the amount of money that someone is able to spend? So it means you're sending people and telling them that for you to stand out as a developed nation, you should encourage your people to consume a lot. Consume even what they are not, more than what they need, for example. You know, when consumerism comes to its excesses, goes to its excesses, because of the weakening moral standards, then we don't care about our neighbors. We don't care about other people. And we're only interested in what will satisfy our whims and desires. And then, from that, you realize that someone will decide to buy as many clothes as possible when others are going naked. And then those ones that become old will have to find their way into the garbage. Not so? Yet, if they had a dress and is torn, and that dress can be what? They can mend that dress. Ogitwala ne bagikuba ki? Ekiraka. N'osigala ng'okola ki? Olina ekiteeteeyi kye ekirungi. No surviving. No one talks about that. Okay? When we go to the supermarket, for example, to shop, my good friend said here that, you know, in Kampala, everything is about money, for example. They have the money to go and buy what they will do what? They will eat. Okay? Now, when you go to shop, you're going to shop excessively. Kubanga olina okuddayo eka n'akaveera nga kakola ki? Kazitowa. even what you're not going to do what? To consume. Have you ever asked yourself how much food is wasted in the market? And where does it come from? Ewaife budondo balima eiva. Eiva lino we balirima lidda ku mukatale kwamba kooti. Balivuga balireeta wa e Kampala. Bwe lituuka eyo wajeena kasero erindi likola ki? Livunda n'okuvunda nga tibakoze eki? Tibaleguze. Some of the vegetables that you see in Nakasero market is what you're going to find in a landfill somewhere. Why? Because too much of it was brought to the city, yet people in the village are not doing what? Are not having it. So there is some bit of injustice here, some bit of consumerism that is happening everywhere. If we look at the statement also says, the last paragraph there of that first statement, that only a comprehensive vision of a global society supported by universal values and principles can inspire individuals to take responsibilities for long-term care and protection of the natural environment. And Baha'is find such a world-embracing vision in a system of values in the teachings of Baha'u'llah, which is the herald of planetary justice, prosperity, and unity. Justice, prosperity, and unity are central to this idea we are talking about. Climate and the environment. If those are not there, we are going to find serious challenges. Now, the next part is going to be talking about some of the Baha'i teachings on the issue we are talking about, for example, on conservation and sustainable development. So here we see that Baha'u'llah enjoins his followers to develop a sense of world citizenship and a commitment to stewardship of the earth. We are stewards of the earth, meaning we have to take care of the earth. It was given to us as a gift, right? And it is our responsibility to care for what was given to us. His writings are imbued with a deep respect for the natural world and for the interconnectedness of all things. Ecologists can understand this very well. Interconnectedness of all what? Things. They emphasize that the fruits of God's love and obedience to his commandments are dignity, nobility, a sense of worth. From these attributes emerge a natural inclination to treat one another with love, compassion, and a willingness to sacrifice for the betterment of society. Baha'u'llah also teaches moderation, a commitment to justice and detachment from the things of this world. Spiritual discipline, which enable individuals to contribute to the establishment of a prosperous and united world civilization. The broad pattern of such a civilization and the principle on which it should be based are set in Baha'u'llah's revelation, a revelation that offers hope and to a dispirited humanity and the promise of that it is truly possible both to meet the needs of the present and future generation and to build a sound foundation for social and economic progress and development. The inspiration of the vision, the inspiration and the vision for this civilization are captured in Baha'u'llah's words: the earth is but one country and mankind its citizens. So, Baha'is believe that the earth is one country and mankind its citizens. And we talked about the idea there of interconnectedness. What we do here in Uganda influences and affects what happens somewhere very far in a small country like Sao Tome and Principe, for example. Okay? If we destroy our environment here, let's take one example. And those who study ecology can actually understand that well. if we do one thing, say we dump our wastes in one of the wetlands, okay? And the rains will come and wash that waste into Lake Victoria, right? We know that we are adding substances to our Lake Victoria that are not supposed to be there. And once that happens, the organisms that are there, the fish and the water and the like, are also going to be what? Affected. Now Lake Victoria is not for only Uganda. It is surrounded by Uganda, Tanzania, and what? And Kenya. But we also have a river that flows through what? Through the Nile, through Africa, River Nile. It goes all the way to Egypt, through all the countries that are around there. So we are affecting everyone along the way because this water has been polluted. We are in Uganda. And this water is being connected to the ocean, which ocean now is a link to all the oceans of the world. So there is that interconnectedness. If we know that the world is one country, the earth is one country, and mankind is its citizens, and we know there is interconnectedness, then we know. We try to temper our whims and desires and learn to do things in the right way without trying to harm what? Your neighbor. So, some of the principles, among the principles guiding the Baha'i approach to conservation and sustainable development, the following are of particular importance. Nature reflects the qualities and attributes of God and should therefore be greatly respected and cherished. Nature does what? Reflects the attributes of God. First of all, when we pray in the Lord's Prayer and ask God to give us our daily bread, okay? Where is this bread going to come from? From nature, not so? So in nature we see the generosity of God. We see the love of God. We see the kindness of God. Okay? We see the beauty of creation and we say, holy is he who created all this. Okay? It is for the same reason that those in quotes we call pagans will see a very huge tree, admire it, and say, blessed is he who created this. Might is he who did what? Who created this? Because that is their understanding of religion. And it is from what they see in the environment that they can do what? Connect with the Creator. So, nature should be cherished and treated with utmost respect and care because through nature we see the glory of God. All things are interconnected, that is the second one, and flourish according to the law of reciprocity. All things are connected and flourished according to that law of reciprocity. Okay? We are all interconnected. What you give is what you do, what? You get. When you harm nature, for example, it will in turn do the same to you. That is the reciprocal relationship that is being talked about in this principle. The oneness of humanity is a fundamental spiritual truth, spiritual and social truth, shaping our age. Now, oneness of humanity is another very important principle when we are talking about the environment and how we are going to care for it. If you know that we are one, for example, then you are going to avoid to do things for your own personal gain at the expense of what? Others. Okay? Let's take an example of a farmer in the village. Oidiffe tuli balimi. Nja kwogera kuki? Ku balimi. Omulimi mukyale waife yasalawo nti nze nja kutemawo emiti jona. I'm going to cut down all the trees that I have, the jackfruit trees, the guavas, the mangoes, and everything, and I plant my sugarcane or my what? My maize in a monoculture system. And then you'll know that because you're planting one crop and the planting density is very, very high, then what you're going to plant requires a lot of nutrients for them to do what? To grow well. So you also go to the shops and buy the chemicals that you need, chemical fertilizers, the herbicides and pesticides, and use them in your what? In your garden. First of all, when cutting out the trees, you forgot that the mangoes that are there and the jackfruit and the guavas and everything are food for all the children in the village. Traditionally, that is how it was. A mango tree was for everyone. You couldn't just cut down a mango tree like that. So if you know your one, then you know the decisions you're going to make are going to affect your neighbor as well. If on my farm I have those ones, before I cut it down, I have to ask, so what will happen to my neighbor so-and-so who has a small piece of land, and the children usually come here to get some mangoes? What will happen to them? And then you say, maybe that's not a good idea. I should look at something that is more environmentally friendly and also assist others, my neighbors as well. Again, we see what we talked about earlier. Caring for each other. And we also talked about this same idea of being interconnected. The idea of the challenge that we have of consumerism, and where everyone is simply thinking about how much they are going to earn, how much they are going to buy off the market, and how much they are going to make as individuals. And if we are believing in the oneness of humankind, then we are able to avoid all that. We see nature reflects the qualities and attributes of God. That is another very important principle. I talked about that a bit earlier. When you see a beautiful environment, then you see a beautiful creator. Not so? Yeah. When you see that the environment is very, very healthy and is very nice, it's caring for you, then you're thinking about the generous creator, the giver, the one who created all that. So that is how we have to be treating that. So the next one talks about the Bible scriptures describe nature as an emanation of the will of God. So I'll not talk about that one much. I don't know how much time I have. But I'll share this quotation that says, "Whatever I behold, I really discover that it maketh thee known unto me. And it remindeth me of thy signs, and of thy tokens, and of thy testimonies. By thy glory, every time I lift up mine eyes unto thy heaven, I call to mind thy highness and thy loftiness, and thine incomparable glory and greatness. And every time I turn my gaze to thine earth, I am made to recognize the evidences of thy power and the tokens of thy bounty. And when I behold the sea, I find that it speaketh of me, of thy mercy, and of thy potence and thy might, and of thy sovereignty and thy grandeur, and and at whatever time I contemplate the mountains, I'm led to discover the ensign of thy victory and the standards of thy omnipotence." Okay. So in this writing, you see a description of the awe and wonder that actually comes in our hearts when we behold the beauty of God's what? Creation. From the oceans, the mountains, the skies, the seas, everywhere you look, you see how majesty our Creator is. And this quotation will actually assist us, will remind us that whenever we go out there, we're looking at the environment, we know that this tells us about God. None of us has seen God. Okay? But how do we know about his existence? How? We read the sacred what? Writings. We listen to the preachers. Okay? And we also look at the world itself. And we see the many signs of the presence of God there. So with that kind of understanding, then we are naturally bent towards respecting our environment. So, then we have respect. From what we read up there, you naturally start to respect the environment. And you will know that, I can just read this one. This attitude of respect is further reinforced by the copious and metaphorical references to the natural world woven through the Baha'i scriptures. However, while nature is greatly valued and respected, it is not to be worshipped or adopted. Baha'is don't worship nature. Even when we respect nature and see the mighty, how mighty our God is, we don't do what? Worship nature. We only look at it and say that, oh, he is very, very great, the one who created this what? Nature. And they say rather, it should serve the purpose given by God to the human race to carry forward an ever advancing civilization. In this regard, the Baha'i faith promotes a worldview that is neither biocentric nor, strictly speaking, anthropocentric, but rather theocentric, with the revelation of God at its center. Humankind as it strives to carry out the divine will in this, the physical realm is thus the trustee or steward of nature. Well, as human beings, we have our there is a divine will that is actually put there by God. And we strive to live according to the what? The divine will. But to nature, then we are the stewards of what? Nature. We are the keepers of what God did what? Give to us. So, when you're thinking about the environment, for example, you know, people think about the environment usually come from two different perspectives. One perspective talks about the environment and doesn't care what happens to the people. Not so? So you can see that that perspective is a biocentric that looks at nature, the plants, the animals, the water, and the what, and say you are never going to touch anything in the environment. That the environment has to come first. Living things have to come first. And if there is anything that you want to do in the environment that will somehow harm the natural environment but assist the population, the human population to advance, you say no, that cannot be done. And then there is the other one that is anthropocentric, simply talking about human populations, societies, human societies. That one says that, oh, nature is ours to use. It is a factor of production, so we can use it for anything that we want and we prosper. Whether we destroy it or not, it doesn't matter. Here we are looking at the theocentric what? Worldview, where the revelations of God are at the center. So we cannot talk about the environment, for example, and climate without looking at the great religions of the world. What do they teach about the environment? We have to put God at the center of our endeavors when we are talking about the environment. If we separate God from that, or put God at the center, then we are bound to have different teams, groups, and conflicting people. One about the environment strictly and calling themselves pure environmentalists, and the one about people. For us, we care about people, about development, and these are resources that we are going to use. So whatever happens after that, we don't care. So those are usually the opposing views when we come to spaces like these and other conferences where we're talking about the environment. The next one is about respect for animals. So how do we respect animals? Animals must be respected. We have the beasts of burden and others that live in the bush. They were also created by God and they're existing where they are. Father talked about the mosquito, and it was so interesting. He reminded me of what I usually say to my friends when we are studying something about ecosystems in some of the activities that we do. We talk about interconnectedness, and we see that in an ecosystem, every living organism has a role to play, including a mosquito. That first of all, the mosquito was created to come and take your blood. So that members of its own, that Anopheles mosquito, should also exist for generations and generations. So if we say that all mosquitoes will not bite us, and we kill all of them, so it means that they are going to become extinct. But we know the mosquitoes are food for the fish. Not so. For the frogs. Okay? And they also feed on very many other organisms. So if we remove them from the ecosystem, then we are going to shift to another dynamic equilibrium, which is not as rich as the one where we have the mosquito as a key player. So what do? Let us just sleep in mosquito and treated mosquito nets, okay? For example, but when we are out, let us not kill them when they come to bite us. Then we talk about biodiversity. I think it is related to the former. I have a few minutes and time is running out. Then science, for example. How do we see science, for example, here in relation to the environment? I'll read this one. Given the fundamental unity between science and religion, the interconnectedness of the material and spiritual realms, it is not surprising that scientific pursuits are highly praised. The faculty of intellectual investigation into the secrets of creation is the most praiseworthy power of man, for through its employment and exercise, the betterment of the human race is accomplished, and the development of the virtues of mankind is made possible. However, the exercise of the faculty of your investigation must be guided by spiritual principles, especially moderation and humility. Any agency, whatever, though it may be the instrument of mankind's greatest good, is capable of misuse. So, here in science, we are also talking about the advancements in science and technology, and we know that those have been one of the leading causes of our environmental challenges today, for example. But here, one of the fundamental principles of the Baha'i faith is the understanding that there must be unity between science and religion. Science here is understood as that faculty of intellectual investigation of the secrets of creation. And it is not the one that we usually categorize in form of the physical sciences and the social sciences. We are simply understanding this, that we are simply looking at it in terms of intellectual investigation of the secrets of creation. And we see the powers that science can give us. One thing is that it is God who created intellect, right? He created us and told us that you have the ability to think and to also procreate. And that is where science comes from. It is a blessing from God. Otherwise, we would have remained as monkeys in the bush. Not so. As the beasts that roam the earth. Because those ones don't have the intellect. They cannot think, they cannot reason like God created us. So it is God who gave us that power to study and understand his creation and make use of the many forces that he created. So we can harness the power of the wind and create electricity from that. We can invent many things using the powers of nature. But the question here is that this strong tool of science, of intellectual investigation of reality must be guided by spiritual what? Principles, especially one of moderation and humility. When those two are lacking, then such a beautiful tool can be used for a wrong purpose. And we see that has already happened, right? That has already happened. Like, for example, the path of development that we took, that we say that development is synonymous with urbanization and industrialization, is the one causing these issues of chitezi, for example. If development is supposed to be defined in terms of building many houses everywhere, having skyscrapers everywhere, instead of people staying down there in our village in Budondo, they are all flocking to Kampala. Why is it like that? Because that is what development is. Okay? It means that idea of development is based on a wrong foundation and a faulty understanding. One that say here is materialistic in nature in a sense. So the next one talks about civilization. I think my time is almost up. I can end here, but you can read through and see many other ideas that are presented here, ideas that speak directly to the question that we're talking about. But I want to use maybe 1 or 2 minutes to go through this one of Baha'i ecology. It is almost a summary of what has been talked about here. In Baha'i ecology, we say the first one is one world. The earth is but one country, and mankind is citizens. These words of Baha'u'llah summarize the Baha'i sense of world citizenship and commitment to the stewardship of the earth. The oneness of humanity for Baha'is is the fundamental spiritual and social truth of this age. It implies a major reconstructing of the world's educational, social, agricultural, industrial, economic, legal, and political systems. Baha'is believe that restructuring will enable the emergence of a sustainable, just, and prosperous world civilization that will exist on this planet for 500,000 years. So Baha'is believe that the current civilization is going to run for about 500,000 years. Nature reflects God. I think we talked about that in the other document, that the world reflects the qualities and attributes of God. The world reflects the qualities and attributes of God and should therefore be greatly respected and cherished. Baha'i scriptures describe nature as an emanation of God's will. Then we talked about interconnectedness. All things are interconnected and flourish according to the law of reciprocity. This principle underlies the Baha'i understanding of the way the universe works and the responsibilities of humanity. Then about science and technology, it says, science and technology should help humanity to live in harmony with nature. Science should be guided by spiritual principles to preserve as much as possible the Earth's biodiversity and natural order in a way that ensures long-term sustainability. A spirituality-based civilization in which science and religion work in harmony will preserve the ecological balance of the earth, foster stability in human populations, and advance the material and spiritual well-being of all peoples and nations. Thank you so much. If I had like 2 hours, I would expound a little bit more on that, but because of time, I beg to stop here. Thank you so much.
Round of applause for Mr. Emmanuel. Thank you very much for sharing with us. I hope some of us are interested on issues concerning the Baha'i. I want to take this chance to welcome our brothers and sisters who have joined us. You found the discussion on the way, and it is warming up. And actually, we are reaching at the peak of Katandi Kabutandi, so yet it is coming to an end. Before I conclude and send us off for lunch, I would wish to give a chance to two, not more than two people, to give us either comment, sharing, supplement, question.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel, for enlightenment about environment. I'd like to enlighten me about the biography of Baha'i. Biography of Baha'i. Thank you.
Okay, I can take the second question, then he will question or comment. Welcomed. Okay.
If I'm understanding it correctly, the biography of the Baha'i faith, or just an overview of what the Baha'i faith is. Okay? So the Baha'i faith is a world religion just like others. And one thing that we believe in as Baha'is is the process of progressive revelation. You know, Baha'is believe that during certain times in the evolution of humankind, God sends messengers that are teaching people in the world to live according to the exigencies of that particular age that they are living in. So we believe that, for example, Buddha was sent by God, Krishna was sent by God, Nabi Muhammad was sent by God. We have, who is the father of all believers? Abraham was sent by God. I talked about Krishna already. We believe that Nabi Muhammad was sent by God as a messenger. Jesus Christ was sent by God as a messenger. And we believe that Baha'u'llah was sent by God because Baha'u'llah means the glory of God as a messenger of today. And each one of them come with teachings that are assisting humankind to live according to the challenges they are facing at that time. God never leaves us alone. So, while the Christians say that Jesus was the last one, the Muslims will say that no, Nabi Muhammad was the last one, and the Baha'is say that no, all those ones were sent by God. And Baha'u'llah is the one of today. But Baha'is don't say that Baha'u'llah is the last one. We say that after those years we have stated, 500,000 years, when the conditions of the world have changed, God will send another what? Because all those ones have been guiding people all along, okay? But usually, one of the challenges is that if one is, say for example, a Muslim, will acknowledge the presence of what? Jesus Christ, and also quote the scriptures. But the Christians will not ever think about what? Nabi Muhammad. And that is normal because they have not maybe encountered or through their own teachings they've been forced to recognize and maybe say that that was the very last one. Yeah, usually that is it. But for more information, because that was not the topic of today, we are simply talking about the teachings about the environment. Yeah, you can actually contact, I think it is on the paper that I gave you. Yeah. Down there you can have information about the Baha'i faith, and you can also visit the Baha'i temple in Chikaya for more information. Nze mvira idinda. So onaja ku Baha'i temple oidafuna information esingawo. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that serves to inform all of us. Being that we're a little caught up with time, we don't want to spend much time. Somebody? Please let it be short.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. This is my brother. He's always teasing me. I'm going to speak as a mother. And this is a question. We are talking about how to preserve the environment. But do we love it? Do we? Because I can understand you cannot destroy something which you don't love. Stop laughing, Simon. If we had that love for the environment, I don't think we would have been here. So, this is homework as a mother. Go home, teach your kids how to love environment from day one. Like those days we used to make toys out of the banana fibers. Are we still doing that, or we just go to the market and buy? We just buy, and that's plastic. So let us teach our kids how to love nature. I think that will help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear mother, for teaching us that. Dear colleagues, I would wish to make a few remarks in summary of our first session. We have not got a chance to, because of the timing, to hear from our brother in issues related to the Muslims, the Hindu, the Judaism, and I would wish to just give a hint. I'm not presenting, but giving a what? A hint. For our dear brothers and sisters who are the Hindus, they, first of all, some of us might have heard of the gentleman who was called Mahatma Gandhi. And in his writings, he once said that the country's development has to be in harmony with nature. A country's development has to be in harmony with nature, in that every member of the community has to participate to see that there is harmony in the what? In the community and in communion with nature. He went ahead to tell us that the earth has resources that meet everybody's need, but they are not there to meet everybody's greed. They are there to meet everybody's need, but not what? But not greed. And there is a very beautiful prayer that they share with us, which I want to read quickly. It goes, it was written by Ssebugwawo Veda, if that's the right pronunciation. And the prayer goes that, may the goddess waters be auspicious for us to drink. May they flow with blessings upon us. May the earth be pleasant and free of thorns as our place of rest. May she grant us a wide peace. May the divine waters which grant us blessings, may they sustain us vigor and energy for a great vision of delight. May we partake of that, which is their most auspicious essence, as from loving mothers. So you can go on to look for that prayer or that saying which was given to us. And a hint on about the Judaism, what they will tell us about the topic, environment, is that they teach us the importance of caring for the environment. And in this, for we must act as partners with God. Just take a simple example. If you're in a company and you're a partner, what would you do? I think you would do all that takes to make sure the company thrives, right? So that is the same way they teach us. There's a quote in the book of Ecclesiastes, like you can see that when God created the first human beings, God led them around the Garden of Eden and said, look at my works. See how beautiful they are, how excellent. Today, if God comes, let me use that word, and asks, is it still excellent and beautiful the way it was? The answer is within your heart and my heart. So let's look at the work. And just one hint on the environmental justice, they tell us. They value so much what we would call righteousness, justice, and then equity. Equity is different from equality. I hope we are at par with that. In that, we have to see that there is always, my dear brother Emmanuel has talked of the ecological imbalances which happen. If at all we don't come together to see that there is justice, then that imbalance will continue. So we have to fight to see that we have that balance within us. Dear brother Emmanuel, this is my last point. I would also wish to just supplement. You talked of our ecology being connected, according to the Baha'i. Some of us may not seem to be putting that to, should I say, make it come home. Because if we don't understand the reciprocity that is there, the mathematicians would say there's the numerator and the what? And the denominator. So if the two are not there, that won't be called reciprocity, because one has to make the other exist. For us in bioethics, we call it the symbiotic relationship. Symbiotic relationship in the sense that if today, like you gave that good example, I throw filth in Lake Victoria, believe it or not, at one point, that water is coming back for me to do what? To drink. So the question would be, am I taking safe water? Are you taking safe water? Are we taking safe water? So that is one quick example I would give. I want to give a chance to your colleague, the Baha'i. I think somebody said he was coming with you from the same place. You're the one? So I wish to just give you a minute, just a minute, please, and say something on the Baha'i, and then I tell us what is next. Just a minute, please.
Thank you very much again, everyone, and I'm glad I got the invitation to be here. I came here on behalf of the Baha'i Faith with my colleague Emmanuel. As far as that Baha'i Faith concerned, we believe in the equality of men and women, and as he explained, when it comes to the Baha'i Faith, we pay attention to the environment, and as I talked earlier, even when regarding the Baha'i Faith, we talk about individual responsibility. And as I told you earlier, when we focus on the environment, we have to take individual responsibility, starting from our environment, the community we come from, even the home. As they say, charity begins at home. And another question I wanted to emphasize on, when we talk about climate change and the environment, if we can take the same discussion into the schools, early on, I'm referring even pre-primary. So when the next generation is growing up, we groom our own children and to try to change their mindset, as she said. When they grow up to be a certain age, the protecting the environment, it's part of them. So we don't always have to come and then emphasize it and emphasize it. But if we start early on and take baby steps from the grassroots level, the next generation that come after us, it will be part of them. To be able to, okay, we are supposed to protect the environment. And as he mentioned, he talked about actions. We believe. It is because we always talk, as long as we just talk and our deeds, our talk, they have to reflect. When we give speeches, the speeches we give, we have to reflect those in actions as well. So we don't just come here and talk, and when we go back, we do nothing. But I think most importantly, we have to start from the grassroots level, take this same conversation in the schools, and we start early on to groom the next generation to know the importance of protecting the environment. You're welcome. Thank you.
It would be unjust not to give you a chance to. Okay. Dear colleagues, at this moment, we are going to break off for a lunch break. We're sorry that it's coming at this time, but we hope that by 2:20 we'll be through with the lunch, and then we continue with the discussion. After lunch, we have a presentation from Laudato Si Encyclical, and then we shall have an interactive session, and then we'll end with sharing basic practices. And this will, of course, involve everybody to give us his or her view. So at this moment, we are going to go downstairs. Those of us, I hope all of us use the main gate. I hope so. So we're going to go down the church. After that big mango tree, we're going to plant a tree. After planting that tree, then we come back for lunch. And after lunch, we resume. So we hope this exercise takes us just less than 10 minutes. So Mr. Nicholas is leading us down. So may we please do that at this moment. Thank you very much.
believe that God can turn it around for good and make a way where there seems to be no way. God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my God. Hold me closely to his side. With love and strength for each new day, he will make a way. He will make a way. Sing it together. God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my God. Hold me closely to his side. With love and strength for each new day, he will make a way. He will make a way. By a roadway in the wilderness.
Hello, 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 hello. I'm going to request a prayer from the Baha'i for our food. And sister, please, may you give us a prayer?
I'm going to say a unit prayer because of the topic today. God grant that the light of unity may envelop the whole earth, and that the seal, the kingdom is God's, may be stamped upon the brow of all its peoples. Baha'u'llah.
Please, let's go to the serving table to save time. Let's please go.
Where there seems to be maybe just say that our meal is an interfaith meal. It is a plant-based meal, such that everyone is comfortable. So don't be surprised not to find a piece of meat. Our drink is also juice, so to say that everyone is comfortable. So you're most welcome, all of you. God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me.
Hello, 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 hello. I'm going to request a prayer from the Baha'i for our food. And sister, please, may you give us a prayer?
I'm going to say a unit prayer because of the topic today. God grant that the light of unity may envelop the whole earth, and that the seal, the kingdom is God's, may be stamped upon the brow of all its peoples. Howla.
Please, let's go to the serving table. Save time. Let's please go.
Where there seems to be. Maybe just say that our meal is an interfaith meal. It is a plant-based meal, such that everyone is comfortable.
Rivers in the desert will I see.
The piece of meat.
Heaven and earth will fade, but His word will still remain. He will do something new today.
So you're most welcome, all of you.
God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my God. Hold me closely to His side. With love and strength for each new day, He will make a way. He will make a way.
You may be going through a situation tonight that seems hopeless, and you think that God has forgotten you, but He hasn't. His word tells us that He has inscribed us on the palm of His hand, and He's able to do exceedingly, abundantly, above all that we could ever ask or think. He can make a roadway in the wilderness and a river in the desert. He'll make a way where there seems to be no way. Let's sing it together.
Oh, God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my God. Hold me closely to His side. With love and strength for each new day, He will make a way. He will make a
God, I ask you to do it in Jesus' name. With love and strength for each new day, He will make a way. He will make a make a way where there seems to be no way.
the plant first to me. The plant is comfortable.
Above all that we could ever ask or think. He can make a roadway in the wilderness and a river in the desert. He'll make a way where there seems to be no way. Let's sing it together. Oh, God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. My God, hold me closely to his side.
Hello, everyone. time is not our best ally. Would wish to resume the discussion so that we may end at an appropriate time. And those of us concluding, we won't spare you. You'll allow us to kickstart and keep summarizing as we are going on. If that is okay. Is it okay? Okay, at this moment, we are going to start with a presentation on Laudato Si encyclical. So this is going to be a deep dive into Pope Francis' reflection on environmental issues. So we are going to hear from our brother and coordinator as well. Nicholas, you're very welcomed. So this is going to take us 10 to 15 minutes presentation. Welcome. So, Kugonza Nicholas, our presenter, or next presenter, is an OFS, which I will elaborate there, and animator, coordinator of for Caritas, specifically for Konge Lukuli. Is a lay Franciscan, secular Franciscan. The Franciscans, those of us who know them, happen to be having different, should we call them ranks? We have those who are called the friars, we have the brothers, we also have the secular. And amongst the secular, there are two groups. There are those who are secular and they decided to be more religious, and there are those who decided to be more secular, for lack of a better word. So doing, I would call it common work like we. And we call it the Ordo Franciscanus Secularis, which is abbreviated as the OFS, and is the third branch of the Franciscan family, formed by Catholic men and women who seek to observe the gospel of Jesus by following the example of Francis of Assisi. Working with St. Denis Ssebugwawo, Lukuli Parish, is our administrative secretary at the parish. And he was entrusted by the pastoral council to steer the Caritas department of the local sub-parish. Nicholas is also passionate with issues of justice, peace, integrity, of creation, to which he is an animator. And this is one of the examples that he has animated. Round of applause for him, please. So inspired by teachings of St. Francis of Assisi on interreligious dialogue, he got a conviction to call for this interfaith conference on climate and environment. So at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Mr. Nicholas Kugonza to share with us about the Laudato Si encyclical. You're welcome, and thank you.
Thank you, moderator. As you've been told, I'm going to present about Laudato Si. I don't need to repeat my names. Nicholas Gonza, my names. Caritas Konge Lukuli coordinator. So we are talking about Laudato Si, and Laudato Si is an encyclical. An encyclical is a letter. It's a formal letter written by by the Pope, and usually it concerns teachings about morals and other disciplinary matters. Since it is written by the Pope, it carries authority within the Catholic Church, but it is also addressed to non-Catholics. So it is not only meant for Catholics, it is meant for all people of God. And we find this in the church social teaching. These are teachings of the church that are meant for everyone. They guide us in the day-to-day works of the world. So it is important because it helps us to better understand the application of teachings of the sacred scripture and the Catholic tradition, especially in the light of a particular issue. At this time, the issue is care for our common home, which is Mother Earth. So, as we already heard from the speakers before, this document was inspired by the teachings of Francis of Assisi, because Pope Francis, as we hear the name, those are not his baptismal names. When he assumed office as Pope, he chose the name St. Francis, the name of St. Francis. So it's called Pope Francis, and he's actually the first Pope called Francis. Meaning that he got the conviction and the inspiration to take on his papacy with the St. Francis as an example. So Francis had a lot of reverence for nature, and as some speakers said, the church gave him that title as a patron saint of ecology because of what he did during his lifetime. And as you can see, he's surrounded by the birds and all the nature. We know the stories. Those who are Franciscans know the stories of how he interacted with nature. So, with all that information, Pope Francis loved and also got this devotion, and he came up with this document that we are now calling Laudato Si, which only means praise be to God. Praise be to God for Mother Earth. Praise be to God for the sun, the moon, and all the creatures we see. So that's what it's trying to talk about. So Pope Francis's encyclical, Laudato Si, the key message there is about climate change. That climate change is a moral issue for Catholics and all people of goodwill. And we shall see in this book, this is the book Laudato Si. It is not a big book, and it is the letter we are talking about. When we say letter, you may think it's just one page, but it's a booklet, which is even not very expensive. If you go to Pauline's bookshop, it is just 10,000. You can get yourself a copy to understand more what it contains. So, in this, the Pope says that the poor suffer the most despite contributing the least to climate change. That improper care of the earth has led to severe consequences. The image up there is an image of the recent catastrophe that happened in Kitezi. You can see the graders, we've been seeing the news around. The people who are suffering there or who were buried alive are not the ones that were piling that filth there or that were using those things that made that pile of filth. So they are the poor people who are living on that side of the world. And for us, or some of us who are this side, when we dispose of our waste, it is taken to Kitezi. But we do not suffer the same consequences like those people who are there. So that's what the Pope is trying to say, that the poor suffer the most despite contributing the least to climate change. Improper care of the earth has led to severe consequences, yes. And it's time to take responsibility for our consumer-driven culture. People have talked more about consumerism. I want to go back. So he gives us a proposal that we should start a honest dialogue at every level of socio-economic and political life. In our day-to-day way of living, we should start talking about these issues. And this is one of the events where we are talking about these issues. That we should create an understandable decision-making process, understandable decision-making progress. When we dialogue, it should not end there. When we talk about issues, we should ensure that the decisions that have been made can be put in action. And to remind us that nothing will work if we don't have a formed and responsible conscience. Someone said there that, do we really love the environment, or are we just talking about it? So our conscience should be the first to love nature before we dialogue. So there are some questions which we can consider. We are not going to answer them now, but they can click your mind. What kind of world do we want to live to those who come after us? Our children who are now growing up, what kind of world do we want to live with them? What are we called to do in this world? What can we do for the earth, our Mother Earth? So there are 9 themes in this Laudato Si encyclical, and we are going to look at one by one. The first one is the intimate relationship between the poor and the fragility of the planet. We already looked at it in the other slide, that the poor have no other financial activities or resources which can enable them to adapt to climate change or to face natural disasters. And their access to social services and protection is very limited. Many of the poor live in areas affected by phenomena related to warming, dependent on natural reserves like agriculture, fishing, and forestry. There's a rise in the number of migrants fleeing from the growing poverty caused by environmental degradation. We have some people in Uganda that have fled from calamities. We even have internally displaced people from Bududa. Yeah. The second theme is the conviction that everything in the world is connected. Our brother talked about interconnectedness from the Baha'i. That the climate is a common good belonging to all and meant for all. There is no way me as a Catholic, I'm going to say I should have a good climate here, and the Muslim, the other side, have a different one, and the one in Baha'i will have a different. We all share the same. We all experience the same. And all of us are linked by unseen bonds, and together form a kind of universal family. Remember, we are all created in the same image of God. Nature cannot be regarded as something separate from ourselves or as a mere setting in which we live. We are part of nature, included in it and thus in constant interaction with it. Every violation of solidarity and civic friendship harms the environment. The third theme is a critique of technology's influence on society. Technology is presented as the only way of solving these problems. It proves incapable of seeing the relationship between things. Sometimes it's okay. When we talk about technology and you are seeing an image of at least phones Most of you have gone beyond those kind of phones. You have smartphones. But as we advance in technology, there is a way we affect the environment. You've heard of radiations. We have radiations amongst us as we use these networks around us, and they affect our well-being. You've heard of, these days, there is what they call vitro fertilization. It's IVF. So you can have a child without having a husband. And I hear there is also a possibility of incubating children. You may not use your ovum, you may not use your sperm. You just go, you get a child already made and it is put in you, or it is also incubated somewhere in another machine. And when the child grows and they remove that kid from the machine, that artificial womb, you get your child. So all those creation questions, and they question God's presence in our midst. So contemporary man has not been trained to use power well. You hear what is happening in Ukraine, you hear what is happening in Palestine and Israel. The advancement in technology has also advanced the way we fight. Those who are strong, they are using bigger weapons, machinery to destroy lives. So because they have power, they are misusing the power. So it's not accompanied by a development in human responsibility, values, and conscience. We do need to slow down and look at reality in a different way. Also to recover the values and the great goals swept away by our unrestrained delusions of grandeur. So where you see those numbers, those are quotes that have been got from Laudato Si. If you get this book, just quote those numbers. Those are paragraphs. So the call to seek other ways of understanding the economy and progress. Efforts to promote a sustainable use of natural resources are not a waste of money. It's an investment capable of providing other economic benefits in the medium term. You hear of that because we are developing, we are going to cut a forest. Our brother was telling us that he's working working on advocacy on this pipeline, East African pipeline. That is a development. We have got oil, but at what expense? You've heard about the stories. People are displaced from where they are because they are going to put a pipeline there. They are going to put rails there. People die because they are fighting for land. They kill each other. They want to sell it at a higher price because there is oil. A lot concerned with development. Even brothers and sisters and parents kill each other because of development. You want to obtain that land title such that you can sell it at a higher price. So it's unsustainable is the behavior of those who constantly consume and destroy. It is not sustainable at all. Others are not yet able to live in a way worthy of their human dignity. So human dignity here is abused. The value given to each creature, in proper proportion, that is another theme. So Pope Francis says, we can't think of different species as potential resources to be exploited. They have value in themselves. Disappearance of thousands of plant and animal species because of reasons related to human activity. Human beings, as an image of God, should not make us overlook the fact that each creature has its own purpose. The entire material universe speaks of God's love, His boundless affection for us. Soil, water, mountains, everything is, as it were, a carrier of God. Remember in the story of creation, when God created everything and He saw it was all good. That means that's how He wanted it to be. We should not destroy others because for us we want to be better. The human meaning of ecology. True ecological approach always becomes a social approach. Integrate questions of justice in debates on the environment so as to hear both the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor. Strategies for solution demand an integrated approach, combating poverty, restoring dignity to the underprivileged, while still protecting nature. Learning to accept our body, to care for it, and to respect its fullest meaning is an essential element of any genuine human ecology. Also, valuing one's own body in its femininity or masculinity. We can joyfully accept the specific gifts of another man or woman, the work of God the Creator, and find mutual enrichment. We expected to have some politicians in this conference, but they didn't make it, and we wanted dialogue with them on certain issues, on some of these issues. Because this is a social approach, so our leaders should know and should help us make decisions that are beneficial for all of us. You hear of issues to do with the homosexuality, man to man, woman to woman. How do they call it? Identity change. Someone says, I'm a woman, yet is a man. How do they call that? By gender, transgender. Someone feels he's more a woman than a man. So such issues are coming up as a way of, it's a lifestyle, a modern lifestyle, they are telling us. And these are things we are copying from abroad, thinking that that is the best lifestyle we can adopt. So Pope Francis is also talking about that, reminding us about the teachings of the scripture. The need for forthright and honest dialogue. Pope Francis says, new dialogue about how we are shaping the future of our planet. We need a conversation that includes everyone, since everything is affected. So the picture there you see is of Parliament, our Parliament here in Uganda, and the picture below is of our President with interreligious, interfaith leaders at State House. There was a prayer service. But we don't know whether, as they are there, they are really meaning what they are saying. So we need honest and open debate so that particular interests or ideologies will not take away from the common good. The serious responsibility of international and local policies. Pope Francis says there is an urgent need to develop policies so that the emission of carbon dioxide and other highly polluting gases can be drastically reduced. The flags you see there are at the UN, where some of the policies that overall the whole world are made from. So take up these responsibilities and the cost they entail. Politicians will inevitably clash with the mindset of short-term gain and results which dominates present-day economics and politics. So as we are here, there are some laws that are being made in Parliament, we may not be aware. Some laws are made from the UN and they come and affect us. Like when COVID came, it was mandatory for everyone to be vaccinated. So that is an international policy. You can't even go to any country if you don't have a COVID vaccination. Then we hear there is what they call the biosafety bill, something to do with the GMO bill in Parliament. For us, the farmers, I saw in the photo here we have farmers. We have no input in that law. I don't know whether you have ever been consulted. A law to do with the GMO. But they affect us. The throwaway culture and the proposal of a new lifestyle. Pope Francis says the earth, our home, is beginning to look more like an immensely pile of filth. That one we are very familiar because Kitesi is just nearby. When people become self-centered and self-enclosed, their greed increases. The emptier a person's heart is, the more he or she needs things to buy, own, and consume. It becomes almost impossible to accept the limits imposed by reality. In this horizon, a genuine sense of the common good also disappears. These problems are closely linked to a throwaway culture, which affects the excluded, just as it quickly reduces things to rubbish. So, what Pope Francis is trying to say, we know you have the money. What do you need with about 20 cars in your compound? For what? Okay, you have the money. Do you really need like 50 pairs of shoes in your house? The ladies. The bags. So at the end of the day, because you have a lot, you are going to find when you get tired of one, you just throw away, and they become waste to us. You want to recycle. You want to be able. So, as we conclude, Pope Francis is calling us to action. Our goal is not to amass information. Just as we are here, we are not here to amass information or to satisfy curiosity, but rather to become painfully aware, to dare to turn what is happening to the world into our own personal suffering, and thus to discover what each of us can do about it. So he continues to say, much as we think that all is lost, all is not lost. Human beings, while capable of the worst, are also capable of rising above themselves. Choosing again what is good and making a new start, despite their mental and social conditioning. There is no system. No system can completely suppress our openness to what is good, true, and beautiful. Our God-given ability to respond to His grace at work deep in our hearts. So nobody is born a bad person. We are not born bad. We all have some good. We just change along the way and become bad people because of the circumstances that are exposed to us. So he appeals to everyone throughout the world not to forget this dignity which is ours. No one has the right to take it from us. We must not think that these efforts are not going to change the world. We are few here, but we never know what may come out of us. They benefit society, often unbeknown to us, for they call forth a goodness which, albeit unseen, inevitably tends to spread. Furthermore, such actions can restore our sense of self-esteem. They can enable us to live more fully and to feel that life on earth is worthwhile. So I want to close with this prayer. It is the peace prayer It's a prayer of St. Francis. We are going to read together. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, help me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is discord, union. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. Grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it's in the giving we receive. It is in the pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life.
Round of applause for Nicholas. I'm not going to, you're going to allow me any questions or comments to him. They will come in the next part, which will be where we shall be sharing best practices because of time. So at this moment, I'm going to invite our brother and sister to come and take us through the interactive session of for climate action. You're most welcome. So we can do this.
So good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, so Augustine is my name, and I'll let my colleague Sarah start. She will share with us experiences from Laudato Youth Initiative, and then I'll come just to share a few compliments.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for this very great and marvelous opportunity granted. My name is Sarah Chirikumwino, and I am the Laudato Youth Initiative Club's president. And these clubs do exist in schools, universities, parishes, and communities in Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. So I'm so happy to be part of this great event, or what we call the Interfaith Conference on Climate Change. And I'll specifically be talking about, before the interactive sessions, I'll specifically be talking about Laudato Youth Initiative approach to creation. At the heart of the Catholic perspective is the belief that as stewards of creation, we need to acknowledge the fact that creation is a gift from God. The Catholic Church emphasizes the interconnectedness of a living, and it also highlights the importance of living in harmony with nature rather than exploiting it for short-term gains. This, to me, is a universal concept that truly explains the reason why we must connect as people of goodwill for this common good. Well, picking from the presenters that presented before, we get to realize that we are almost talking about the same things, or if not, we are actually talking about the same things. So we do not have any differences. Maybe the differences will be in faith. The fact that we serve one God, and the same God is the one who created the earth, we see no big differences in this particular issue, because if anything is to happen, then that means all of us are victims of climate change, and we must also acknowledge the fact that we are the biggest contributors, And we also have to know that it is because of our human activities that we are having this changing climate. Aimed at deepening awareness and inspiring action, church documents like the encyclical Laudato Si and Laudate Deum all point towards a collective call to care for creation. The social teaching of the church, a moral teaching document that guides people to discern the choices they make between the good and the bad and make a judgment in line with the just and the good. Focuses on majorly three things: justice, human beings, and nature. Well, we keep talking about climate change every other time, but here we continue driving back to the focal point, which is peace and justice. If we cannot live in peace, if we cannot have love for our neighbors, if we can't care for one another, then we shall keep talking about climate change, because the reason why we're having this particular obstacle is because we do not have love for each other. A mother here just said that we are talking about climate change. Okay, we all have dreams. We are all participating in action-based activities so that we can be able to do away with the climate change. But do we have love? It is because of lack of love that we have the continuous changing climate. In Genesis chapter 1, verses 26, God gave man protective authority like his own over other creatures. Nevertheless, the dominion granted by the Creator to human beings is not absolute. It is regulated by care for the equality of life of their neighbors, including future generations, which demands a religious respect for the integrity of creation. Pope Francis, in his 2015 encyclical Laudato Si and his recent Laudate Deum, later have signaled a shift for the Catholic Church. He has given a bold voice challenging us to journey together and take concrete actions that lead us to conversation and to take action, even appealing to bodies like like the Conference of Parties and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to inspire systematic change in our leadership structures and roles. In his encyclical, the Holy Father, Pope Francis, when he released this document, it was not only meant for the people of the Catholic faith, but it was sent out to all people of goodwill. We had someone here say that we've not heard of priests talk about planting trees, but I think this is not something that we should be told. I believe that we all have a sole responsibility for earth. If all children are born and groomed, that you know what, of course they do teach these things in schools, but of course when we go to school, I think we really, Father was talking about, is the curriculum competent? We really put the biology, the chemistry, the physics, the English, but there are a lot of basic values that we are forgetting to teach our children. So to emphasize this, in his recent film documentary and the Laudate Deum, he condemned our irresponsible lifestyles, emphasizing that we need to prioritize carbon. Pope Francis has warned that the world is collapsing due to climate change and may be nearing breaking point. When I think about it, an image of a person holding a pot in their hands comes to my mind as a challenge before us to protect and save the fragile earth that is in our hands. This, to me, validates the need for us all, in our different faiths, to work together and save our common home. It is a treasure that the entire humanity shares. At the very beginning, or in the very beginning, when God was creating the earth, he created the birds, the animals, and the vegetation. And everything that was in the world was beautiful. And finally, he created man. And who is man? You and I, who are supposed to be the sole responsible people to take care of his creation, or what we will call co-creators. But what are we doing? We are the what? Soul destroyers. Not so? And sometimes there's something. Sometimes we shall say that we are carrying out particular activities to be able, we're talking about farming, we're talking about everything, but some of these problems have been caused due to bad farming practices that people carry out, destroying the soils, destroying the soil-living organisms, destroying the fish in the waters. And, God gave us this world in its fullness. But to date, is it still in its fullness? We do not still hold it in its fullness. The world has been destroyed, or it's breaking every other time. Just like Pope Francis said that we are nearing breaking point. The recent tragedy that Hillary talked about in South Sudan, people have been clinging on Chitezi. Chitezi is an incident that has happened. They have been pouring rubbish in that place for quite a long time. And at some point, sometimes we hold these conferences to create awareness. And we have been talking about a lot of things, how we're going to do this. And then different presenters here have been saying that we need to reach out to schools. Well, I'll talk about Laudato Youth Initiative. We particularly inspire climate action among the young people, and we use media to promote awareness. Apparently, many young people are using media, but of course, we need to use media in different ways. Are you using media for building a brand? Are you using media to create awareness? What are you using media for? So as Laudato Youth Initiative, we embark on using media to promote the message of breaking the silence, or being a voice of the voiceless for the many poor people who are suffering. When we go back to the Bible or to the teachings of the church, we then find out that saints also talk about nature and how we need to protect it and treasure it. We are profits and gains for each other, and we need to care for the earth, for it to benefit us all and the generations to come. Pope Francis still, in his Laudato Si' Further, says we are not different from the earth, but we are rather connected to it through the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat. He also emphasizes that our ecological approach today must integrate questions of justice in debates and on the environment, so that we hear both the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor. And therefore, he invites us to think of the things that connect us to God through caring for his people and creation, regardless of our religions, ages, nationalities, and ethnic groupings. I am glad that we are all here today for this particular cause. The call to all people not given, the call is to all people and not a given group of people or the government, but rather challenges us to examine our role. It is not about blame games, it's about what action we are taking, both as youth leaders, religious institutions, and governments, to guide and work with our people while acting as good examples. I think I do what I do for creation because my parents and mentors taught me and are good role models for this. Well, the Laudato Youth Initiative approach to care for creation. We have done a lot of activities. This year, on the 28th of January 2024, we started the 1 million tree drive. And it started way back in my home district. I come from Bujiri. So that is where we started the 1 million tree drive, with planting of 30 trees that include indigenous and fruit trees. That is what we concentrate on. Fruit trees, these are for purposes of food security. Someone here just mentioned that while they were young, they used to use banana fibers for making toys and then dolls. While I was also growing up, I knew that mangoes, guavas, you just go to these trees and pick something for yourself. So for us planting these trees, I mean the fruit trees, these are practical solutions to food security. Laudato Youth Initiative also embarks on technology, enhancing technology among the young people. The fact that we exist in schools, science fairs are something that is key for us. We have been to Holy Cross Lakeview and the other schools where we exist, and we have launched creativity and innovation projects that help in rescue missions. For example, students, with the current curriculum, these kids have a lot of knowledge. And if we do not give them the opportunities to explore what they have, imagine a child, today we have solar systems that are being used and they are fixed. Now these guys have movable solar systems. They came up with such a project, a movable solar system. How does it work? It detects where the intensity of the sun is, where the sun's intensity, like the light, is stronger, and it turns. And then it is able to give better light. Now, currently, we have a problem that when it rains, sometimes when it's a rainy season, it is not shining for quite a long time. You find that the solar bulbs, the solar systems are very dim. But imagine if solar companies, or even ourselves, if we got into this and then adopted this particular idea of using the movable solar systems, how would it be? It would be very effective. If only we acknowledge each other, one of us has an obligation and responsibility to care for God's creation, which is entrusted to us to use wisely and protect for our well-being. We shall show respect to the Creator, because I believe none of us created the natural world, but we are given a noble role to protect and utilize for our well-being. It saddens me a lot to see us taking the path of exploiting and using different things that are leading to climate change irresponsibly. My parents taught me a nice formula for respect. Listen and use the freedom we have given you wisely, for the consequences of unwise decisions will ruin your life and your future. I don't know how often I think about it and how it applies to my understanding of even difficult situations like climate change. We are failing to listen, dear people of God. It is sad that our actions now affect more the poor and the young people. The church challenges us to embrace solidarity. I am happy we are here today on a solidarity mission. We are our brothers and sisters keepers. We are one human family that is bound to come together in all situations, regardless of our racial, ethnic, national, economic, and ideological differences. So we should unite to create a difference in our world, care about the way our decisions affect the majority of young people who are in the future, the poor who did not choose so, but need our help and care to have smiles on their faces. Something I will still re-echo. If our grandparents or if our parents did not do something about the environment like some time back, then we would not be, because apparently we are partially enjoying the good weather that we may call the good weather. But imagine at this particular point, 2024, we are also beginning to experience the heat waves. What does this mean? If we do not revamp, if we do not reverse our actions towards this particular obstacle, that means we are not going to bridge the gap between the current generation and the next generation. Laudato Youth Initiative is a non-profit, faith-based organization. We mentor Laudato Si clubs in schools, universities, parishes, and communities. All of us volunteer our gifts at the time for what we do. We believe one act of charity can add value to Mother Earth. That's why adopting simple, manageable solutions has seen us engage in several activities as young people. Our work is inspired by the message in the encyclical Laudato Si, the Catholic social teaching on the environment, and the Millennium Development Goal number 13, a call to action. Forget every word that would describe us, but remember that we unite young people who unite for climate action. The reality is there is no young person without a family, church, institution, and country. That is how we unite the human family, and that's why I'm here with you for the many young people I represent here today. Our clubs exist in both Catholic and non-Catholic schools, and through these clubs, we have been able to conduct numerous charitable activities and are now focused on the 1 million tree planting drive. Through our clubs in the recent 8 months, we have been able to plant over 8,000 indigenous and fruit trees raised by Laudato Youth in their own nursery beds in institutions and churches. A few trees were given to the clubs by government conservation agencies. Our efforts are to enable the youth to use their talents, take action, amplify their voices through writing, and create awareness in communities in a bid to unite people and find practical solutions. We have participated in several gatherings, both physically and virtually, and all have been clear examples of how communities urgently need to shoot their arrows in one direction. In line with devising innovative and scientific solutions to climate change, our youth have come up with very brilliant innovations that are well documented on our social media platforms. Our school clubs conduct periodic Laudato Si festivals that involve a lot of creation care activities that also involve community cleanup campaigns, tree planting, community service activities, interactions with cooperative organizations and the churches. 3 of our clubs participated in nature walk this year, whose purpose was to realize the interconnectedness between nature and humanity. Further still, our high school clubs are very impactful and do other co-curricular activities. For example, we had many of our Laudato youth from Laudato Si clubs in the different schools like Divine Mercy, Holy Cross Lakeview. We had St. Joseph's Hill, Chembogo, Nyakasura School participate in the Uganda National Students Association debate nationals. I was a debate club president. So basically in schools, the government stages up these particular debate competitions to get the knowledge young people have about particular problems that the government wants to solve. And then we also had the same schools participate in the Green Schools climate debates that were at Kololo SS. We have run numerous media documentaries and mini educative videos about what is happening to our common home, visualizing the realities of what is happening to our families, communities, and country, poor waste management, flooding, a carbon footprint, inviting people to a journey and conversation action. We also have used the language of the youth and made a series of encyclical Laudato Si and Laudate Deum that are all available on our YouTube channels to help those who may have limited time to read but can even watch or listen to the message while driving, but also resourceful for our youth in clubs. With the theme to hope and act with creation, this season of creation that started on the 1st of September and will be ending on the 4th of October, the feast day of the patron saint of ecology and creation, and that is Saint Francis of Assisi. We kick-started with prayer of our Laudato Club in Gulu at St. Andre Bazet, Kochigoma Parish. We are pausing to evaluate our carbon footprint, and we hope to reduce it through our actions. In this season of creation, may God give us the grace to renew the face of the earth back to its originality. Keep it up with the Laudato Youth Initiative, knowing that we cannot argue ourselves with climate change on the faith that we have caused ourselves. We are driven by action, and action only. Dear parents, I know the parents in this place. She said she's talking as a mother. I know there are those who are parents to be, and there are those who are parents. Anyone can be a parent, by the way. This message goes to parents. It is better to educate your children how to fish than to always bring fish to their table. When you are gone, they will starve and sell all you worked for. So please, teach your children that there is no future without nature. We shall have drinking. Where shall the drinking water come from? Is there a replacement, or arable lands being suffocated by plastics and paper bags? Uganda is our home. We need to unite and preserve it as a treasure and cultivate love towards protecting our motherland. Charity begins at home, as someone said. For God and my country, Laudato Youth Initiative, United for Climate Action, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Amor is challenged by the young people in Laudato Youth Initiative, the thing that young learners can do in school. So I just want to connect, because we are entirely inspired by the Laudato Si encyclical. So I just want to connect part of the work that we do to the principles that Pope Francis, it's good that Nicholas has taken us through the encyclical. So just 5 principles. The first one is environmental education. When you read chapter 6, the Pope appeals to us to do a lot of environmental education of children in schools. And this is how Laudato Si comes in, Laudato Youth Initiative comes in. So the thing is, I am a strong believer of education. When you educate young people, because for us, the older folk, there is not much you can change about us. The same for corruption. But for the younger ones, if you show them the right thing to do, if you give them the right principles, so that when as they grow and they encounter dilemmas or life challenges, they know the right thing, they can choose the good from the bad. The same speaks to generational solidarity. So the Pope reminds us that we who are inhabitants of the earth today, we have the duty to prepare and leave this earth for the next generation. You can imagine the earth, the planet that the children of our children are going to inherit. If it's already 45 degrees in some parts of the world today, I don't know what it's going to be then. 60 or 90. You can imagine degrees of 90 Celsius. That's very, very dangerous. Then the Pope also urges us to find very simple, practical ways of changing the culture. Simple examples. Reducing consumption. Today, I learned from Hillary, very simple, was it Hillary? I think it was Hillary, who was telling us about the food wasted in the market. So I am somebody in the market, and I've brought too much fruits. I love lemons and neem, but I always find them rotting away. So, I mean, why don't you just give them out? And then there are kids on the street who have nothing to eat, and yet there is stuff being thrown away in the market just because I used money, so I cannot give it away to be. So, consumption again, simple practical ways. Look at things like turning off water, turning off your tap when you're not using the water. When you are showering, after probably you have, well, I don't know how people shower, but in some cases, you first pour water on yourself, and then you need to use the sponge and soap and whatever it is, then you come back to water. So as you are, smearing yourself with soap, is the water in the shower running, or is it off? Because remember, when you turn it off, you're saving water, isn't it? The same with the power. For example, I'm seeing these lights. I don't think we need them. I don't know how many buildings in Kampala have lights today. I previously worked in the bank, and for all the years I worked in that bank,
The only time the lights are off, 13 floors of the bank, it is only when power goes off. Those few seconds between umeme and the generator. Few seconds. Otherwise, the lights will be on. You can't turn them off. How much power do you consume? Because the more power we consume, that means the more the oil at the Nile is running, and the more, and then the more, and the more, and the more. So sometimes it's not the government to do. There are practical things that we can do in our own waste management. We talked about sorting. We talked about waste pits. When I grew up, when I was young, my dad had a habit at home. We would dig a pit, and then we throw the organic waste there. And then when it is filled up, you pour a bit of soil of ash, cover it up, dig somewhere else. And then after a number of years, that place became fertile. I don't think we can do so much of today. Not necessarily because there's less land, but just because some of those traditional practical ways were probably not brought down from our parents into us. Now today it is the normal. You have to sign up with the home clean, and then they have to get your waste bag, and you put all this rubbish in there. So then we have the thorny issue. Nicola said we need a politician here. The plastic bags. We are the only country, ladies and gentlemen, in East Africa. I don't count Congo and South Sudan because they're still visitors. But we are the only country in East Africa. I lived in Kenya for 7 years, and the only kavera you find in Kenya is the one that has been smuggled from Uganda to Kenya. When I look at Kitezi, a plastic bag, polythene, takes 1,000 years to degrade completely. That means what? That means the polythene bag, Kitezi, was opened in 1996. That's when it was commissioned officially. That means the kavera that went there in 1996 is still what? It's still there. So probably the kavera down in the lower layers is the one that we used when, that was 96 was, I think, Museveni's second democratic election. So you can imagine. This is how badly we are doing. We have the law, by the way. We have the law, but it is shelved. Because the thorny bit is implementation. Why? Because probably the big shots are the ones who have the industries. That's not a problem. Because when you remove kavera, that means we are going to have the biodegradable bags. These guys can still